Dino Nerd. Dino Nerd. What's up? Well, we're gonna get some jet blast. So I got the taping me down. Oh, what the heck? I guess I picked the wrong battery. My apologies. Wrong battery. Stand by. Well, we figured that out quick. Hi, Lynn Christie. David G, good morning. There we go. See, we figured that out quick. It's going to be a windy day. Winds could gust up to 30 miles an hour. So we'll try and hold on to everything and pray everything works correctly. David, good morning. Dino Nerd, Sylvia, Aircraft Expeditions. Welcome, welcome. It is 8:25, and I had just enough sleep to forget everything. What's up, Storm Chaser Mark? It's cool this morning, but when the sun will come out, or when the day goes on, it'll get warmer. What's up, Steven Q, moderator? Oh, we got our first F-16s taken off. Stand by. I've acquired the target, and let's roll. Perfect timing. Blow your sounders off. Blow your whatevers off. Afterburner. Jeff Davis, the sun will come out tomorrow. Craig, how's it going? It's cloudy, so early enough in the morning you can see those afterburners. I'm going to turn the mic down so I don't blow your speakers too much. Yes. Waking up in the morning with the F-16s. If you have any kids, I dare you to put headphones on and wake them up with that. Robbie, I know the Niners won. You just said the magic word. I'm going to have to put you in timeout because this is a bear station. America. Nothing like the sound of freedom. That's right, Jeff. It'll wake you up. I have yet to do a decibel. I'll tell you what. Where's my phone? I'm going to do a decibel check. Next time, just from here, how loud it is when they take off. Southpaw, I made it. I can start now. Southpaw, you missed the first two F-16s, man. But I'm glad to see you're here. I'm going to have to do an audible check. So good morning, everybody. Drove home from Phoenix last night. Got in around 10:30. Took a shower, went to bed, woke up around 5:30. So I'm actually doing all right. I'm sure I'll be tired later, but I'm doing all right. There you go, Storm Chaser Mark. Mattman, what's up? You know, I think it's higher than 120 decibels, Jeff. I'm guessing 140. I'm going 140. So we'll do a quick audible check. I've got my phone with me. Where is the audible? The music. Not the music. Decibel meter. That's what I'm talking about. Decibel meter, not... Oh, wavelength, but here's a CRJ taking off. I think we're going to Chicago on this one. But I did not look. Good morning, Kevin Kelly. All right, we're going to do a camera check. Camera 1. That's a little better. That's a little brighter. Whoops. That looks a little brighter. I'm going to put up a poll question, and it's going to read... I can't spell. I can't. I can't spell this one. Scene. How do you spell scene? I don't know. Behind the scenes. I'll just do it behind the camera. All right, there I am. I forgot how to spell. Thank you, Stephen. I forgot how to spell. Sandra, good morning. Liam's buddy, thanks for being a member for an entire year. Liam's buddy.
You're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe?
Whoops. See, I'm all over the place this morning.
Good manners are the glue of society.
Ryan S., what's up? Who made the mini Pip in the lower left-hand corner? Whoever it was, they did an awesome job. Jeff Davis. That is actually myself and ChatGPT. We collaborated on that to create that. I used a real-life photo of me and then kind of touched it up to make him look more handsome. But that is a collaboration of myself and ChatGPT. So thanks for the compliment. That's Pilot Pip. We're expecting, there was about 6 F-16s that already took off, and so adding 2 more will make 8. I counted the schedule, and I think there'll be about 40 throughout the day, taking off till about like maybe 1 or 2. So just FYI. No, ChatGPT did not. No. You got a big low pressure swirling around, Sandra. Lot of turbulence. We're gonna get a good bit of wind today too, so there'll probably be some nice light to moderate turbulence here today. Randy, good morning. James, good morning. And the crowd falls silent. All right, our next departure arrival here in Tucson, Arizona. Looks like we have SkyWest 4907 blocking out, headed to Los Angeles, and then American 756 on an A321 heading back to DFW. All should be departing in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And let's see if they can sneak in some F-16s as well. So there is Big Blue. Somebody asked me, I know who it was. I think it was Salt Lake City Flights asked me, when did Air Canada Express fly into Tucson? Well, they know. So if you look closely, those those CRJs, those are CRJ 900s that Air Canada dropped off. I guess they are either being stored or being sent to the boneyard, because the Air Canada livery and the tail was wiped clean of the livery. So they're just two CRJ 900s that do not have the maple leaf on them and a black tail. And they dropped them off in the last couple of weeks, maybe last weekend. So, yes, Air Canada Express does not fly here to Tucson. But looks like they store their planes here, or sell them, or one of the two. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be with you. This is episode 389 now of Pip's Plane Spotting Live. You know, Sandra, I will reach out to her. I know she's had a lot going on, but I will reach out to her. We miss her, of course. So there's the old Tucson Tower. I think that's a mountain in the background. No, excuse me, that's not a mountain. I've lived here for almost a year, and I'm still learning the topography. In fact, it was about a year ago last year that I drove out here to see if I wanted to live here. So, yeah, it's been almost a year. January 22nd will be a year at work. So, but welcome in, everybody. If you missed it yesterday, we had exciting day. We raised, well, we set a goal to raise $250 for Las Vegas. While that won't cover everything, that certainly helps. And we achieved it. So thank you guys. You all rock. And so we will be headed, unless I'm sick or something chaotic happens, we'll be headed to Las Vegas this weekend. So thank you, everybody, for your generosity and support. And knock on wood, I'll do whatever it takes to get a live show on the air for Las Vegas for you. We might even do a show tomorrow, again, with the F-16s. And then in a couple weeks, we'll be headed down to Honolulu and going to Hawaii. So we're looking forward to that. And then Rainy Cajun and I are going to meet up again, hopefully to do another live stream together like we did in Portland. I think Portland was one of our best shows outside of San Diego. So, and I will contribute much of that to Rainy Cajuns. So, tandem streaming again. We're hoping. I don't know if he could get work off because now he's a big-time employee with the fruit company known as Granny Smith. What's up, Aircraft Expeditions? Danimal, how's it going? We're excited to hopefully see that 787. It's coming from, my understanding, I looked on the schedule, it's coming from Los Angeles show. So hopefully it won't be too delayed. If it's only coming from Los Angeles, it should be a nice quick jaunt over to Arizona, and then they're going to take, Arizona football team is going to take that 787 to San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. That's right. Rainy Cajun Matt Man works for Fruit of the Loom. Thank you, everybody, for liking and subscribing. He does. He totally, yeah, he works for Fruit of the Loom. I like days like this because they don't happen too often here in Tucson. Ross, good morning, and thank you again. I didn't say thank you right away for your $10 PayPal super chat, but thank you, sir. That is incredibly generous of you. So we're looking basically to the south here. Actually, to the west. And there's where FedEx is. We get one FedEx almost every day. So we get 1767 every day, almost every day. And that's pretty much our cargo. UPS does not fly here. And I think it's because they have Phoenix. So, which makes sense. But yeah. What up, Tim Arnold? Thank you. Thank you, Tim Arnold, for being a part of the program. Tim Arnold with another epic show last night. Running around. Jumping on the Sky Train. Well, Southpaw, you know, it always comes around. At some point, we'll relish this moment. I was driving home watching the game, or I was driving home listening to the game, and yeah, unfortunately, we fell just a bit behind. So yeah, San Francisco's got a really good offense right now. So I'm proud of the Bears. They kept with them. But yeah, we definitely gotta be better at defense. No, Ross, you know, Ross, we were talking about that last night on the MB-11 reactivation. I saw one article that said the FedEx MD-11s could be reactivated by May. As for UPS, I know they started retiring them already because if you remember, like a couple years ago or a year and a half ago, we went to Roswell and we already started seeing some of the MD-11s being parked there in Roswell. So, Ross, I would say your guess is as good as mine unless you work for FedEx. But if that is the case, that they put them back into service, you better believe we're heading back to Memphis and Nashville. Yeah, our poll question today, we did something we haven't done before, and you could probably tell because it was a little disorganized, but we had a live stream inside a live stream on my channel and behind the scenes, so you could see me in action. And let me know if you love it, if you like it, if you don't like it. Yeah, Aircraft Expedition says there's already 5 MD-11s in Victorville, California. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab my water here. Excuse me while we have a minute. Oh, there goes our E-175 off to Los Angeles. Yeah, Ross, it'll be interesting. But remember, like the Concorde, unfortunately, with the crash, that ended the service of the Concorde. Unfortunately. Let me know how the audio level is. I turned it down a little bit because the F-16s were quite loud. Yeah, Caleb tried to do everything he could. Southpaw talking about the Bears 49ers game last night. Tried to do everything he could. and just fell a little bit short. But it was a great game last night. Honestly, that shows you those are two playoff caliber teams, I think. And Sandra, I'm going to ignore the comment you made about the team in Seattle because this is a pro Bears show. The only team that we allow to talk about is the Cowboys because we get to make fun of them, and then the Packers because they're a direct rival of the Bears. That's right, Robbie. This is a pro Bears channel. The 49ers did win, but we talk about the Bears. No, I'm just messing with you guys. I like to give Sandra a hard time because she likes to brag about everything. Delta and Sioux Falls and the Seahawks. Nebraska. So good morning to everybody. I'm so pleased you could join me. I hope you're having a great Monday and that you're sticking around with us as the first round of F-16s are already coming back, which seems kind of early because they take off around 8 o'clock. So this was a quick jaunt. Oh, Southpaw. Don't say that. Not Indiana. Listen, I lived in Indiana for 6 years, but putting the Bears in Indiana makes absolutely no sense. That's worse than the Giants and Jets playing in New Jersey. There you go, Tim. Ask and you shall receive, and I am snacking on a sausage McMuffin. If you think so, Danimal says the Steelers will win. I think the Bears are just using it for leverage. It makes no sense to go to Indiana. Like, literally none. Traffic is already a nightmare, especially on the Dan Ryan. And the Adams. No, not that. But yeah, traffic's already a nightmare. So Sandra, you know I love you, and Robbie, I know I love you. I just a little tough loss last night. So pleasant good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's like a pair of doves, except that it's a pair of vipers. There you go, Tim. Yeah, I have to compete with the Colts. That's right, Sandra. Okay. We should have a couple of F-16s taken up at about 850 or close to. Which reminds me, I'm going to get our decibel reading going here. And see what it says. But in the meantime, I hear our American Airlines going to Delta, getting ready to take off. Nope, F-16s. What's up, Loud Boy and Timothy? Okay, so my decibel reading was only 106 decibels. It sure feels louder than that. But yeah, according to my phone app, it was 106. Set off the car alarm. I'd say we're about a half mile away from the runway. But that 106 is the reading I got. I like that it's cloudy today. You guys can see the afterburners. That's right, Jeff. If you're ever fortunate enough to work airport operations at a military airport, here comes some more, by the way, so I'll shut up. Here we go, more F-16s. Yeah, we're peaked at about 106. 106 decibels. We just had 2 fly over. We got 2 more coming in for landing here. So we've peaked at about 106 decibels. Just FYI. Great to see everybody. I'm finishing up my breakfast. Apologies, but I had to hurry to get on the air and wake up this morning. Afternoon to you, Dan. It is 8:53 this morning. Well, I'm glad you think so, Tim. Marco, happy almost New Year Eve to you. Now, well, it's not what it's cloudy right on top of us, but if you go like 15 miles, it is clear, I think, Sandra. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Flight Patterns, up and early. Jeff Davis says, believe it or not, you actually get used to the noise living right beside the military area station, El Toro, MCAS, and River, Cherry Point. Going to Phoenix. I think that's the flight I'd take up to Phoenix to connect to go to Hawaii. And my mom would not be pleased with me talking with my mouth full, so I apologize. Yeah, you know, Tim brought up something really cool that January 18th, and I think it'll be a Sunday thing, that on Sundays after Starlux starts flying on January 15th, there will be 1, 2, 3, 4 A350s at Phoenix, which I think is pretty cool. It's got to be a tough life, Dan Reeves, just playing Forza. So the F-16s will go out for like an hour, hour and a half, and then come back on their training runs. They do a lot of training here. This is the largest Air National Guard base in the country. So they train a lot of foreign fighters too. All right, we'll see you, Matt, man. A350. Yeah, before you know it, Phoenix is gonna have a surpluses of A350s. Yeah, and they'll go to the south, and these F-16s will go to the south and west of us, and southeast of us. Fly. Hey, want to give a great shout out to the great people of Airfield Maintenance, doing great work there in the sweeper. Shout out to Airfield Maintenance. Yep, more F-16s. Here we go. Taking off. Light the fire, baby. Whee! The wing wave. That's right. We are the official plane spotting channel of Tucson International and Morris Air National Guard Base. So what's up, everybody? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Good morning. It is 9 o'clock and we have more. Ah, no delay. There's the unrestricted climb. Dang the distance, sorry. Oh, if only I could get a 150-600 lens. That would be supreme. Raina, how's it going? Good morning, Raina. Yeah, I would eventually like, of course, to get 150-600 lens, but that's like $1,000, $800. So our car alarm account is at 2 today. Good Monday, December 29th, Raina. That American 756 is still waiting to leave the gate. I thought they would leave by now. Again, we also have a special aircraft coming in today, a Dreamliner 787. The first time I've ever seen a 787 Dreamliner here in Tucson. So knock on wood, everything works properly and our technology behaves. And we're very excited to see that. Any glass pack trucks? No, not yet. Yes, I am a Canon user, Aircraft Expeditions. El Toro, good morning. El Toro's at home. You just, what are we at? Oh, our F-16 count is, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are we at 6? I think we're at 6. Maybe it's 8. Steve Smith, good morning. Yeah, Steve Smith, I will work on that, and I will do my best. It would help if I had the bigger lens too, so I'll work on that too. I zoom in as far as I can, Steve. So I will do my best. No, Tim, I'm working New Year's Eve. No, I work Wednesday through Saturday. Wednesday through Saturday. That is my job. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I have a full-time job, and I do this on my off days, so sometimes I work 6 days a week. But it is great to be with you. I work in airport operations, and before that I was a flight dispatcher for Envoy Air and Breeze Airways. So pretty, like to think I have a little bit of knowledge. David G says, Pip, the Fiesta Bowl is January 8th at State Farm Stadium. That should bring in a lot of planes. You are right. I agree with you, David. I'm sure it would. The problem is I am working on January 8th, sadly. That is a Thursday, and I work. I wish I could do this full time, but there's a number I have to get to before I will consider doing this full time. So just trying to be responsible. Isaac, good morning. Thanks for spotting from Tucson. Well, Isaac, thank you so much for tuning in. I actually have both an adapter and an R7. I have an R7, so it'd be an RF mount, aircraft expeditions, but I also have an EF mount. So either way, I have an EF adapter. Let me put it that way. But then the crop factor goes way up. Good question. So I have 2 cameras. I like this camera because this is the Canon XA70. It's a good all-around camera that has a good sensor on it, so it does night really well. And I just like it because it's easy to carry around. It's not cumbersome with 2 different lenses. Now, with a DSLR, I could zoom in a lot further, but then you lose some of the quality, and it's heavy. So, and I don't have a great tripod. So I have 2 cameras. I have a Canon R7 and this camera, the Canon XA70. Cynthia, good morning. Thank you. Yes, definitely share the channel. Dan Reeves says, I have a 150-600 worth every penny. If you ask me, a bit weighty, but great. Glad to hear you use Canon as well. And there's our American going off to DFW. Noosh the OG. Work is overrated. So there's going to be a little bit of a break in the F-16s. They'll start I think there's a few more in the 9 o'clock hour. And then from about 10 to 11:30, there's a little break. We'll start getting all the arrivals back in of the F-16s. And then around 11:30, they'll start taking off again. And then around 10 o'clock, we start getting a little busier. It's probably more towards 11 that we get a lot more commercial arrivals, too. Oh, you get a 100-400? I have a 100-400. I have the 100-400 that was like the budget one that costs $600. And so sometimes I use that as well. We checked out the decibels for these F-16s taking off, and I'd say we're about a half mile away from the runway. And it was at 106 decibels. That is a good old Cirrus. I think it's a Cirrus SR20. Oh, we got the F-16s coming back in. Oh, look at this, making a right turn. I like that, something a little different. Maybe it'll land on runway 4. Austin, how's it going? I'm doing great, Austin. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks, everybody, for leaving a like and subscribing. We might do a show tomorrow morning again. I guess if we are, I should probably put that in the schedule. Or schedule it, at least. Excuse me. I'm not very knowledgeable on the military, so it's good that I have all of you here to help educate me. I'm learning a lot. But yeah, commercial aviation is kind of my wheelhouse. The military, I would say I'm just learning bit by bit. So by no means am I an expert. Mike, good morning to you. Good morning. David says a full afterburner from an F-16 can reach 139 decibels. So, yeah, I was kind of thinking the peak would be right around 140. Mike says, do you think they will ever restart tours at Davis-Monthan? I would like to say yes, but my gut feeling is no. I don't think that will ever happen in the immediate future. I would like to, but Mike, if I ever am elected as President of the United States, I will issue an executive order to restart tours at Davis-Monthan. How about that? But James says, where am I from? Well, I live right here in Tucson, but I grew up in Chicago. And I've actually lived kind of all over. Yeah, I live here in Tucson. but grew up in Chicago. But James, where are you from? So I've lived here in Tucson for about a year. Sure. Yeah, absolutely, Timothy. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I've heard it's been, it's a lot of fun, Mike, driving by, just even outside the fence, just driving by when you're going down Cold Road. You see a lot of C-130s. You see a lot of C-5s. You see a little bit of everything if you do a full drive around. Ian, good morning. Double Eagle Aviation at Ryan Field operate overnight flights of the Boneyard. Very friendly folk. Ah, I did not know that. But James, you taught at the University of Chicago? And you're in Tucson. Awesome. My dad got his MBA at the University of Chicago. Very cool. No, I did not. Southpaw, I think you misheard. I said I would issue an executive order to restart tours at Davis-Monthan, not Area 51. I cannot commit to that. Oh, nice, Mike. You grew up in Palatine? My sister and my brother-in-law, when they first got married, they lived in Palatine. Trying to remember their address, but they live in Naperville now. Rob, good morning. Rob H says American Eagle on final. All right, Rob, thank you for that alert. Yeah, maybe a hearing test. Ah, nice, Bud James. Very cool. 27 years. I'm learning a lot each day about the military. So for those new viewers who are just subscribing or unfamiliar, this is a daily occurrence. This is not a one-off thing. Here in Tucson, this airport, Tucson International Airport, is a joint military civil aviation airport that hosts Morris Air National Guard Base, which is the largest Air National Guard base in the United States. So we have anywhere from 60 to, let's say, 80 F-16s. And the most I've ever counted flying one day was 63 on the schedule. Today's schedule shows, I think, 40. Cynthia, a native and born here, an Air Force brat, retired flight attendant. Aviation is in my blood. Thanks for the channel. That's awesome. Well, that is outstanding, Cynthia. I don't want to say I'm retired, but I was a flight dispatcher for Breeze Airways and Envoy Air, and now I work in airport operations, and then I like doing this on my off days. It's a good side hustle. So this is a lot of fun. Plus, it's fun to educate people about aviation. So that's awesome, Cynthia. There's a really good aviation scene here in Tucson. That I've learned. Every time I drive by the Marana Boneyard, like I was driving back from Phoenix last night after our live show, and I think some point I have to get up there, but I don't know if people will watch that just to see a bunch of planes being parked. So the A-10s, Mike asked, are there any A-10s here? No, not here at Tucson. There are some A-10s remaining at Davis-Monthan, but of course, as you know, those are being phased out. So the last time I saw a couple of A-10s here, they were parked on the Cochise ramp, and that was probably 2 months ago. Nice. Thank you, Sandra. I haven't heard anything. Southpaw asked, has there been immediate talks about replacing the F-16s? At this point, no. Because one of the things they do here, Southpaw, in addition to home-based training, they do a lot of training for foreign nationals and foreign countries that fly the F-16. So I think they'll be around for a while here as this SkyWest arrives from Phoenix. Sounds good, bud. Yeah, I rotate between here and then over by the FedEx fence line. And I've been talking with my boss, keep bugging him to build like a legitimate plane spotting park over by the fence line. But James says the A-10s are still flying about once a week out of Davis-Monthan. David G says, Pip, I retired from the 164th or 161st ARW, which is the 135 base at Sky Harbor in 2008. I spent 26 years there. Awesome. Love it. Look at all these great folks. The KC-135s, the Copperheads. Love that. And I saw more than usual yesterday. I counted about 7 yesterday when we were up in Phoenix, because we were live streaming from the south side of Phoenix. Yeah, of course, the old tower. That's a great place too, bud. That's a great place. Hey, Texas Girl, good morning. Thanks you, Texas Girl. I have to say, Texas Girl, thanks to you and many others, we were able to reach our immediate fundraising goals. So we're headed to Las Vegas this weekend, thanks to you and your generosity. And thanks to everybody who contributes to the channel to keep it going. Entertainment. So thank you to everybody coming through in a big, big way. So I promise you, if you tune into this channel, you know, work hard, play hard, and we put the money back into the channel to show you new and exciting airports. In fact, our current count of airports in the last 2 years, we've been to 54 different airports and live stream from 54 different airports. So thank you, everybody. Cynthia says, Ryan Airfield live. Sure, we could do that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know if we did do it, Cynthia, it would probably be like on an early morning when everybody's getting their flight hours in. Because Ryan Airfield, if you don't know, is about 20 minutes west of here. Actually, no, 30 minutes west with traffic down Valencia. And that is our general aviation airport. Our longest runway there is about 5,000 feet. But we do have an ILS out there, which is nice. So a lot of training, a lot of people who are getting their private pilots and advanced ratings will fly out there. And they actually have a tower out there too. Whoa, Texas Girl, oh my goodness, Texas Girl. Here's another to help with a good steak. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Texas Girl.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Good manners are the glue of society.
Thank you so much, Texas Girl, for your generosity. You know, Ian, I might have to do that. Now that you told me they do overflights, the next time I'm out at Ryan, I will have to ask about that. And Ian, you can email me more about that if you want, so I don't forget. At pipsplanespottinglive at gmail.com. Thank you again, Texas Girl. You're awesome. Appreciate you so much. And every little bit helps, whether it's $1, $2, whatever the case. You can join Premium Economy, our membership group, for 99 cents. You can send a one-time super chat, or we also have PayPal and GoFundMe links in the description. Whoa, Cynthia, joining Premium Economy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. It's just 99 cents, right on cue.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
There are 2 new emojis. We have the Tim Arnold emoji that we've added, and then also the Matt Man emoji. Thank you, Cynthia. Awesome, Ian. I'll look for that email. That would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun. I've got a couple of GoPros, so that could work pretty well. We got a couple more F-16s coming back. Let's see if I can get this first one. Yep. Come on. Nice. With it being cloudy, the visibility is a lot better. Raina, yes, Raina, I just saw it. As you know, I had my foot surgery back in December 22nd, but my first doctor's appointment is tomorrow afternoon. Well, Raina, I hope you heal well. It's great to have you on the program. Heal up, Raina. I know you like riding the horses, so we need to get you back on the horses. Sandra, I saw your EC-145 on radar. I haven't seen it yet, though. So if you want to come down here and spot during the week, the F-16s usually start taking off around 8 o'clock, and there's probably a host of anywhere from like 10 to 15 that'll take off from 8 to 9:30, and then there's a little break, and then they'll start taking off around 11:30 to around 1 o'clock. There is one week a month they typically will do night flying here in Tucson, where the F-16s will go out and they'll do night flying. Ah, Aircraft Expeditions, I think I hear you. Oh, there he is. He's right behind me. Look at that funny guy. Well, that's because you didn't come say hi. But Aircraft Expeditions is like 20 feet behind me. Oh, the Lakotas. There we go. Sandra, there's like, I think 3 or 4 Lakotas that the Army have here at... What's up?
Make sure you like and subscribe. Pipster here.
Thank you, Danimal. Aircraft Expeditions has his own YouTube channel. There's like 3 or 4 Lakotas. Dude, my Bears, Rod. Rod, I know my Bears. Hey, I'm really proud of them. San Francisco's a tough team. They might meet again in the playoffs. Absolutely, Sandra. Dude, your Bears, dude. I know, Rod. It definitely is a tough one. Maybe. So we're going to be hanging out here all morning and in the afternoon too. It's a nice day out. And yes, this is the busiest little airport that I know of with the F-16s, and we will often get unique finds that you won't find anywhere else in the world. For example, this year, I've seen a Max Air 747-400 from Nigeria, an Air Peace 777 from Nigeria, an Iraqi Airways 777. Let's see. What else have I seen here? A British Airways A321. Oh, our latest special find was the Embraer E290-190 from Virgin Atlantic, or Virgin Australia, excuse me. It was doing a ferry flight all the way from the factory in Brazil to Australia, and it made a stop here. Yes, a lovely 7 degrees, Sandra says in Sioux Falls. It's actually a little cool this morning, Texas girl. Texas girl saying probably warmer. It's right around 50, in the 50s. El Toro says 38 degrees in Memphis. Yesterday it was 68. But James says Chicago 1 Pope, Green Bay 0. It's true. The Antonov, I've seen the Antonov here, but it hasn't been here for a long time, but I've seen it here 3 times this year. I've seen it here 3 times. So yeah, we'll get the Antonov every once in a while too. You know, Jeff Davis, that's a great question. 2%, that is offensive. I still have some kinks to work out on it, but promising. So we're expecting our United 787 around 1 o'clock. And I was like, well, I could start a show at 10, but I'd missed the first part of the F-16, so that's why I came early. All we need is like a 9 o'clock hour with a bunch of departures. Tucson has 7 airlines that fly here. Josh Aldridge, good morning, sir. Thanks so much for being a member of Premium Economy for 23 months, almost 2 years.
Good manners are the glue of society.
Hello again, everybody.
Josh Aldridge, good morning to Oklahoma. Yeah, so there's Sun Country that flies here, Alaska, Frontier, Southwest, then Delta, United, and American. I'm hoping, I don't have any information to back this up, but I'm hoping that JetBlue might try doing a transcon to Boston or JFK. Like, that would be amazing. I don't know if it'll happen. The furthest east that we fly is Atlanta. So Delta does a nonstop to at Tucson from Atlanta. Tank, what's up? 155, you crewed that jet for a few years. Fareed, good morning. How's it going? But James had the Antonov fly right over you. All right, here's your tour as usual. For you new viewers, this is the lovely tower. This is the ATC tower. This is the Mitsubishi MRO base. This is MRO, stands for Maintenance, Repair, and Overhaul. Big Blue is what we call it. This is Mitsubishi's. They took over the CRJ program from Bombardier, so they have planes fly in for work. They refurbish planes. They store planes. So you see a bunch of CRJ 200s. Those are almost exclusively CRJ 200s right there. So from United and Delta mostly. T-Donji, what's up? Cynthia says Continental Airlines used to fly Tucson to Newark many years ago. Yeah, and Cynthia, you know then too, also Aeromexico used to fly to Tucson too. So maybe we can get like the transcon flight back. Scott Kuiper, good morning to the East Coast. So those are planes right there, almost exclusively CRJ 200s. I think I counted 20, at least 20 over there. Freed says it's 63 at midnight, 27 at 7:30. Yeah, my sister in Chicago said it was, it was, yesterday it was 53, and today it is now 13 or 19 degrees. Yep, woke up to some snow this morning. Matt woke up to some snow as we check out that King Air taking off. Sky Harbor, have you spotted at DCA, Dulles, or Bewee? I have not, but you know who has? Our friend of the channel, Scott Kuiper, spotted at Bewee. But Sky Harbor, I would like to get to the East Coast and do a trifecta of Baltimore, Dulles, and DCA. Okay, let me rewind. I have spotted at Dulles and DCA. I have not done a live stream, so I need to correct that. I have not done a live stream at Dulles or Reagan, but I have plane spotted at Gravelly Point and also out at Dulles. You can see the videos on my channel, but have never done a live stream and would love to. 97 likes, 111 watching. Push that like button. Thank you so much, Texas Girl, one of our great moderators. So it is quiet, and but things will heat up here, trust me. And we've got some Piper Meridian action right here. Ooh, nice Sky Harbor AV. That's awesome, man. Thanks everybody for hitting that button, liking and subscribing. Our busiest times of day here at Tucson are typically from 6 a.m. to obviously 8:30 with the F-16s. So it goes like kind of 6 to 9. Then we got a down period from about 9-ish to 11 with an occasional 1 or 2 flights each hour. And then from about 11 to 2, that's one of our busiest times. And then our other busy time is later in the evening from about 10 a.m. to 12 midnight. That's when we get all the planes that will stay overnight, or they will, what's called RON. RON stands for remain overnight. That's an aviation term. Hey, Scott Kuiper, here's some change for the slots. Well, thank you so much, Scott.
Good manners are the glue of society.
I have people skills.
Isaac says, good memories. Many years ago, I flew from Tucson to Guadalajara on the Aeromexico flight. Well, thank you, Isaac. That's awesome. Wait, what? The 787 is canceled? Don't say that. No, it still shows. That would be great, actually. Aircraft expeditions, that would be great. I love me some A-10s. My personal favorite aircraft, military aircraft, is, in fact, the A-10. So that would be great. Tim says, I still fly my Cessna 150 built in 58, the 49th, one built out of Rhine. Happy New Year to you guys. Well, thank you, Tim. Thanks for tuning in. No. It still shows on flight radar. Don't break my heart. That's interesting, though. We'll keep an eye on it. Oh, well, that's probably a different plane then. Well, then they must have switched the tail number. I don't think that means it canceled, because that would be pretty bad. Yeah, the A-10s flying here would be awesome. Honestly, if I could buy an A-10, I would probably buy that. It freaking is awesome. Aircraft Expeditions, the A-10 gods have spoken. Thank you.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, Aircraft Expeditions. Gail Parker, welcome to Exit Row. Gail.
Good manners are the glue of society.
You are a good friend. You know what? Even if you killed somebody, I wouldn't turn you in.
Thank you, George Costanza. Thank you, Gail, for joining Exit Row and supporting the channel. You get the full coveted suite of emojis and support the channel. So I have, I'm on the garage, and I kind of have a deal that on my off days, this is the top floor. The second floor is like regular parking. So yeah, I also broadcast from along the fence line. Oh, is it a special livery? Cynthia, United is flying in the 787 today for the University of Arizona football team for their Holiday Bowl in San Diego. So United is flying them in. Usually Arizona would take like, what does Arizona usually take? I don't think, it's not Sun Country. I think it's United. Usually the United Airlines flies the Arizona football team in a 737-900. So I guess that they're going to have more people on board for the bowl game. So yeah, I kind of contradicted myself, but yeah, United. Oh, nice, Cynthia. Retired United. Perfect. Well, then hopefully if our technology behaves, we'll be here when it arrives. Oh, here comes some F-16s back in the house. Let's see if I can find them. There we go. Oops. It's like black flecks of black pepper. This is where that extended lens would come in handy. Not gonna lie. It's a chartered flight, Cynthia. It is a chartered flight for United. That's awesome. Your husband still works for United? Boy, I bet you're loving life, retiring, flying everywhere. Brian S., good morning. We might do a show tomorrow morning. I don't know. I have to get my grocery shopping done, especially since we're going to Las Vegas this weekend. So yes, Scott Kuiper made reference to it, but we are, in fact, unless something catastrophic happens, we'll be headed to Las Vegas this weekend on my off days. I work full-time Wednesday through Saturday, but Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are my play days. So we will be headed to Las Vegas to do live stream some action at Las Vegas. We're looking forward to it. Last season, Scott Kuiper says Arizona flew a Sun Country. Yes, that's because Sandra works for Delta. She's offended. It hurts because she works for Delta in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It was a good game last night, Kevin. Your Niners pulled it off, man. Mickey Delaney says, good morning from Tacoma, Washington State. Mickey, good morning to you. Welcome to episode 389 of Pip's Plane Spotting Live. And don't forget, we are scheduled to be in Seattle in the next month or so, I think. So teaming up with Rainy Cage and Samuel Rosebrock, coming to a nightside FedEx in Indy. Absolutely, Samuel. I might say yes to that. See, obviously, if I had unlimited vacation, I'd be doing this the whole time. But I do work full-time and only have a few days of vacation. Ah, Texas girl giving us some inside information. Texas girl says Miami's college football team at the Gaylord in Grapevine. They came in by police escort and rode motor coaches. Thank you, Texas girl. Very cool, Sky Harbor. Yeah, they'll usually fly F-16s 1 night a week. Or, excuse me, 1 week a month. 1 week a month they'll do night flying. Kevin won't be in DFW in January. I'm thinking it'll probably be closer to March. We'll be back in DFW. Obviously, I'm waiting for Founders Plaza to reopen. Oh, wow. Cynthia, old school. Classic Continental. Very cool. Of course, you remember then the Houston Continental hubs and Newark and Los Angeles. Very cool. Oh, this Delta E-175 taking off. Sky West. Samuel Rosebrock, I do work in airport operations. I'll just leave it at that. They don't, for some reason, they don't like me being too specific, and I get it. But yeah, I do work in airport operations. So if you watch the stream enough, you can probably decipher what I do specifically. But that's awesome. I would love to get up to Indianapolis, Samuel. And you know, I lived in the Indianapolis area for 6 years. Hard to believe. Moved there in 2010, left in 2017. I lived in Franklin, Indiana, and I also lived in Columbus, Indiana, which I guess is technically not Indianapolis, but it's only like a 45-minute drive to Indianapolis, so I still qualify it as Indianapolis. But yeah, and then I moved up to Franklin, which is, of course, closer to Indianapolis. Go Buckeyes. Fareed, you can tell Fareed is from Ohio. Yeah, but I would love to do a night stream at Indianapolis. That'd be great. And I like Indianapolis to begin with. It's a great airport. Looks like everything's slightly delayed today. Very interesting. Aircraft Expedition says go Notre Dame. You mean the team that didn't even want to play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl? What do we got coming in here? Thanks for everybody voting in our poll question. 67% of you say you love the behind-the-scenes stream that we started doing last night. As wait for it. Ah, they move so quick. Cynthia, the 787 should be here around 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Wow, Moose Turder. Sorry about the Bears. Go Niners. Thank you for your support. $5 super chat.
Get to the chopper!
No, that's not what I wanted.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
So, is that like that's a sympathy contribution from Moose Turder. Thank you, thank you. It was a close game last night. Oh, this one's staying alive. Nice. Coming back around. It was a great game. Oh, Gail, breaking my heart being the Niners fan. But yes, it was a great game. I would not be surprised if they meet again in the playoffs. Sounds good, Cynthia. Thanks for the support. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be here. The opinion of the 757. Well, I love the 757. Ultra Groove, it sure does. They fly a lot of F-16s. We caught some early in the broadcast, and we'll see some more later in this afternoon. That's crazy, Samuel. I know you guys lost Daniel Jones, and that was tough, you know. And I put Phillip Rivers on my fantasy football team just because I like Phillip Rivers. But yeah, it was a tough. And they traded for Sauce Gardner, no less. You know, I like Carly Ursay a lot, so I feel really bad for her. But yeah, it's competitive out there. Moose Turtle says F-16 drop tanks for fuel. Very cool. I did not know that, Aircraft Expeditions and Moose Turtle. Matthew Breckshot, good morning. Hey, Texas Girl, thanks for your support. 122 likes, 147 people. Texas girl, have a great morning, and we might see you tomorrow if I'm on the air. If not, we'll see you in Las Vegas. Thank you so much for your support, Texas girl. I know it's been tough, Samuel. Ian, I got your email if you're still on. Thank you so much for that help, dude. That's awesome. Appreciate it. Mickey, thank you for sharing the stream. I appreciate you. Matthew, I didn't catch your last comment. Nope. But it is 9:52 here on Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here on our lovely little airport called Tucson International Airport. It's nice. I used to live really far on the east side in Vail, and now I live closer, so it's only a 10-minute drive. So if there's a special aircraft coming in on a day off, there's a higher likelihood I'll probably drive out here for it. But yeah, I only live like 10, 15 minutes. Ooh, our Seattle flight looks like it'll be early, or what? Hey, Hooter Dog, good morning to you. How are you? Ultra Groove, thank you for your help on that. Sky Harbor, I sure did spot the National A330, and we were waiting Saturday night for the 777 for Eastern to take off, but I couldn't wait all night, and by like 10:30, it still had not taken off, so we had to pack up, unfortunately. But yes, that was pretty cool seeing National come in and also Eastern. Okay, Matthew says you might be coming to the Tucson for the Heritage Flight Conference. I wonder what times the F-35, F-16, and F-22 will fly during the weekend. Hooter Dog, we were very close. We were so close to winning the game. It was a great game. The 49ers are like rolling. Their offense is going on all cylinders. Chiefs fan, huh? Well, the Chiefs have won a few Super Bowls, eh? It was a good game. I listened to it driving home from Phoenix last night. We did a live stream in Phoenix, and so if you haven't seen that episode, encourage you to check it out. But yeah, it was a good game. I listened to it. Just a little bit, just a bit outsider. Just came up a little bit short. I think I'm going to go eat my other sausage McMuffin. Stand by. I'll be right back. Love Jago, thank you. I have a bad habit of eating while broadcasting because I don't want to leave y'all hanging, and I try and say hi to everybody and make them feel welcome. So I have a bad habit of eating while talking, eating while broadcasting. EWB. If you're just tuning in, welcome into episode 389 of Pip's PLANESPOTTING Live from Tucson. We're waiting for our second wave of F-16s, of course, and also we'll be catching the 787, hopefully, here as our technology behaves. I think I've got enough data left in this card. Also want to remind you that this weekend is a big show weekend. We are planning a drive into Las Vegas, which I think is about 425 miles. So I'll be driving through the vast desert of the American Southwest to get up to Las Vegas for CES week. So that should be exciting. Only 200 miles of desert. Pete's Pedals and Plays, what's up? No Spirit, man. I guess we'll lose you. Love Jago. You are not the only one who loves this weather. I can't tell you how much I love clouds because, as you know, Tucson is sunny most of the time. So when it's cloudy like this and it's nice and cool, like, this is the ideal spotting weather for me. Light jacket. I have shorts on, but a light jacket and clouds. I enjoy this not that I enjoy clouds all the time. I just like some variety. Jeff Davis, I sure hope so. Yeah, I'm hoping we catch all sorts of cool stuff there. I wasn't able to go last year. I thought about going, but this year I'm much closer. Last year I was living in Texas. This year I'm in Arizona. So CES, from last year's schedule that I was looking at, the flight history, you got airlines. So American, Delta, and United all will fly their heavy aircraft into Las Vegas that week. Delta and American and United run special flights from like Tokyo and Paris and London on 777s or A350s or what have you. And then also Air France typically will fly in for CES, Asiana, and I'm hoping this year maybe a few more surprises. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it, Aircraft Expeditions. I know, CES, Jeff Davis, is a big deal. That's why I've been wanting to go for a few years now, and not actually to the convention, just to do plane spotting because there's so much action. There's our CRJ. I think that's going to Phoenix. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. Tim says, do you think Tucson will add more levels to the parking garage? I think so. Eventually, there's a lot of things going on at the airport, Tim. The number one thing is the second parallel runway. That is the number one priority right now. So that is the number one priority. And then after that, they're going to reconfigure the taxiways and they're going to tear apart the existing runway, I believe, and redo it. And then, after that, Tim, they will be working on plans for a new terminal. So, maybe at that point, they'll start parking garage. But we'll see it. Mike says they'll fly a special flight from Amarillo. Is that is that for the oh, what is it? Why can't I think of the company? What's the military, the nuclear dearming facility in Amarillo? Why can't I think of it? Fudge. What? Ah, my brain is it's Pena. I think it starts with a P. It's not. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so CES is taking place from January 6th through the 9th. Pantex, that's it. Pantex, thank you, Jeff Davis. Pantex. Yeah. Well, now my joke is not meaningless. But yeah, Pantex. Southwest, is this Southwest Airlines coming in? No, this is actually American Airlines. I think this is from Dallas, 737-800. Pantex, yeah. So there's a big facility outside of Amarillo that does dearming of nuclear weapons and stuff. Oh, awesome, Mickey. If you look at Mickey Delaney, if you just go to Pips in Facebook, Pips Plane Spotting Pals. And I realized in the description I don't have a link to it. So that is in from DFW. Thank you, Tim. Sandra, stop showing your Delta bias. We're non-bias here. We're non-bias. Fritz from Germany. Willkommen to Tucson. Willkommen. Tim Arnold, Johnny on the spot. Thanks for the link. Tim Arnold just shared the link of Pip's Plane Spotting Pals. It's a Facebook group that I share photos, and you can share photos of aviation stuff too. Feel free to join. Pete, you are, excuse me, you're a dedicated soul. I'll tell you that much. I know, Matthew. That's why we're here. That's part of the reason we're here is waiting for the 787. Pantax, all right. Thank you, Jeff Davis. Ah, there is our Southwest. Pantax gets its name from the location in the panhandle of Texas, according to Google. That makes a lot of sense, Jeff Davis. Southwest Airlines landing. It's always fun to see military actions mixed with commercial action. Oh, Sandra. Sandra, if you don't know, folks, Sandy's Aviation, she works for Delta. So she's wearing the Delta colors on her heart. So welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining us, these are the F-16s from the Morris Air National Guard Base that are landing right now. And we'll have a second wave later on. Should have a second wave around 11:30. That's wild, Sky Harbor. Yeah, and if you missed the F-16s taking off, you can rewind in the broadcast. I think we've caught like 10. Good question, Jeff Davis. Are commercial pilots intimidated by the F-16s right next to them? I don't think so. A lot of them probably are former military pilots themselves. All right, we got starting to get some arrivals here. Now that we're in the 10 o'clock hour. Next arrival will be Southwest 1035 from Las Vegas. Here's our Southwest Airlines. For sure, Jeff Davis. And you know, also, Jeff, because this is a Air National Guard base, the first weekend of the month, they do their reserve training for those who are still in the reserves. So they'll do reserve training, drill weekend, usually the first weekend of the month. So we're coming up on January drill weekend on the weekend. No, you're right. You know what, Sandra? A lot of people, unfortunately, Mattman is working his one day of the week. And he's a big fan of the older United liveries, for sure. I think they should bring him back, too. There's Airside Operations, doing a fantastic job as usual. Keep up the great work, Ops 5. I tend to be a little biased towards them. So bass. Oh, nice. Yeah. The Alabama Red Tail Aircraft Expeditions is one of my favorites. The Red Tail is a classic. Next arrival, as Sandra said, is United's SkyWest 4637 from Denver. Mike says he misses the old Southwest Texas gold color, technically called mustard. They do have the one Herb, I call it Herb 1, the Max 8 that's in those old colors. But yeah, that was a pretty classic color. A lot of people miss the Canyon Blue. Mike, I'm not a huge fan of the new colors. I hope they change it up a little bit since they're deciding to change everything else at Southwest. Bells ringing. The bells ringing are, Jeff, are actually the gates. The jet bridge. When they move the jet bridge, they usually sound the alarm so everybody knows. So this week for me, if you're not familiar, I do work full-time, so I love live streaming. I wish I could do this full-time, but I do this on my days off. So my full-time job, this will be my last week working 7 to 5, beginning Friday and Saturday, and moving forward, I'll be working 12 p.m. to 10 p.m., so if anything, we'll probably do live streams in the morning here at Tucson. I don't have any travel plans, Aircraft Expeditions, February 29th through March 1st, so I should be here. So if Heritage flight, so that should be good. So yeah, I don't have any plans to travel. Thank you again to Gail, Cynthia, Texas Girl, Scott Kuiper, Moose Turter for your contributions, supporting the channel. So yeah, I should be here. Oh, there goes our battery. No worries, I got another one. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to hear that, Mickey. Glad you enjoy it. I like it too. I like doing it. I like educating, talking about it. It's a lot of fun. Perfect, Aircraft Expeditions. Also, thank you to Aircraft Expeditions, first $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Many thanks. Jeff Davis, I actually do. You wouldn't think so by me eating a sausage McMuffin while trying to talk, but I actually do have a background in radio and TV. In fact, my bachelor's degree is in communications, electronic media. So, first 5 years of my professional career after college, I was a news reporter, an anchor for radio stations, first in Wyoming, and then I moved to Indianapolis and worked there. So yeah, I was a radio news anchor and reporter for 5 years. And then, because the money wasn't great, and I have a face for radio. I moved on to sales for 3 years. And then when I was getting my flight dispatcher license, I did part-time news reporting. Yes, that's what we call it. News reporting and anchoring at WBAP in Dallas while I was getting my flight dispatcher certificate as a part-time job. So yeah, I absolutely do. So good deducement, Jeff. Good deduction. Very cool, Matthew. Good idea. That is a good idea. Well, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. I try and use a lot of polish. Thanks, man. That means a lot. You know, my parents will be glad to hear that too, and know that my degree was not an entire waste. You know, and Jeff, that's honestly kind of the reason why I started doing live streaming, with all due respect. 2023, I had lost my job, and I was trying to figure out what to do next. And then I came upon Kevin from Airline Videos Live, and I was like, you know what? I have a background in radio and TV, and I actually worked in the industry. So what if we combine the two skills I had and put together a broadcast? And so that's kind of what I've been doing. So I think it's kind of unique that I have both airline experience and communications. So that's kind of why I was like, you know what, I'll give this a shot. And I really enjoy doing it. So thanks. It means a lot. By no means am I perfect or anything, but yeah, I'm pretty passionate about aviation, and as all of you are, and if we can provide entertainment and education, that's a huge thing. So knowledge is power, baby. Getting that jet bridge into place. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in to episode 389 of Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Very first Tim Arnold asked, what was the very first airport that I broadcasted from? It was Salt Lake City, Tim. It was Salt Lake City. That's why Salt Lake City is always close to my heart. So yeah, I started... I laugh because the channel's come a long way. The very first stream was it was choppy, to say the least. So you got to start somewhere. Hey, Ride with Ben. What's up, Ben? Just got back from my car emissions test. Are you legal for another year, Ben? That is the question. And SkyWest 138 Yankee will be landing here from Los Angeles here shortly. Thank you, David. Yeah, Salt Lake is where I started it off. If I had known about this or thought about this more, I definitely would have gotten into plane spotting a lot sooner in my life. I only started plane spotting like back in 2017. Nice, Aircraft Expeditions. Legal for another 2 years. Awesome. Good to hear it, Ben. And I'm glad to hear they only do it every 2 years. James Barner, love your channel. I graduated way back when with a bachelor's in broadcast communications. I dabbled in sports broadcasting for 10 years. The pay was horrible, but the job was a blast. I miss it. Yep, that sounds about right, James. Yep. So I was never fortunate enough. I wanted to get on TV and be a sports reporter. My very first job in Wyoming, Green River, Wyoming, I was the news director, a department of one person, me. And then on the side, I did play-by-play for Lyman and Mountain View High School football and basketball. And the combined population of both of those cities was, I think, maybe 4,000. So, yeah, I enjoyed doing play-by-play a lot. Yeah, but the money, James is right, is awful. It's terrible. One of the reasons I went back to school to get my flight dispatcher's license. Welcome back, Toro. At the Heritage Flight, probably the F-22, because we see the F-35s here, and especially at Luke. I don't see a whole lot of the F-22s. Yeah. James, my friend who's was a reporter and now works in public relations, she started out at her salary was 19 grand a year with benefits to be a reporter in Idaho Falls. Those were the days. To be fair, flight dispatching when you start out isn't great pay either. It's gotten a little bit better, but when I started flight dispatching in 2018 for Envoy, it was $14.80 an hour, which is now basically minimum wage in some states. And that was in Dallas. And there's a lot of places that are cheap in Texas. Dallas is definitely not one of them. That's right, Jeff Davis. Mike says Salt Lake City is a great place to fly. You could always see the big Delta hangar before you could pick up the runways. Nice. A nice visual. I wonder if that's on the approach chart. Your minimums are 3 miles if you can pick up the Delta hangar. Yeah, Jeff Davis, it is true. The TV people, they try and work up the food chain. Big market means more money. Scott Kuiper started as a 911 dispatcher in 1987 for the paltry amount of $5.95. All Right with Ben was a production assistant at CNN Sports and had the opportunity to train as an editor to go full-time, but declined because of the pay prospects. Yep. It's true. It's a fact. You know, some people... So Tucson is a fairly big market, not a huge market, but I think it's like 47. Because there's, in Tucson and the metro area, there's over 1 million people, or right around there. So it's a fairly big market, but I think when you get to this point, like when you're in Tucson, you're kind of, you could go to a bigger market, or you could say, you know what, I'm going to hang around, and then I'll be like the top dog. Oh, James, nice. James says, I was offered my first job in Bend, Oregon at the local TV station. I would have been the sports director on air 6 nights a week for $700 a month. Oh, shoot. Dude, and I love, you know, I've been to Bend, James. I love Bend. In fact, if we ever do a road trip up the West Coast, I'll definitely do a live stream from Redmond Municipal Airport. Because they've grown a lot, but 700. Ride with Ben says you were paid $11.57 per hour as a production assistant. That actually doesn't sound that bad, because when I interned at KSL News Radio in Salt Lake City, they didn't pay me anything. Sandra, typically Sandra asked, when I was a flight dispatcher, did you work at the tower or somewhere else? So typically the flight dispatchers for the airline, Sandra, will work at the headquarters in the operations center. So Southwest in Dallas, Atlanta, Delta, United in Chicago. Envoy is headquartered in Irving, Texas, on the north side of DFW. And that is where we were located. So they'll typically work at the headquarters of the airline in an operations center. Good question. Oh, nice. Aircraft Expeditions worked for KLPX as a part-time board operator and DJ. Nice. Look at this. We got our own little fraternity of communicators. This is fantastic. And aviators. I love it. Yeah, James, the life of an intern gopher. Andrew says, hey, great vantage point. How did you land the filming spot? So, there's two spots you can really spot from. I will tell you that this spot where I'm at is not public. And so I worked out an agreement with the airport, because in some capacity I work at the airport. So that's how. The second level is kind of the level below me. The third level is private. The second level is public parking, so just FYI. So since I work at the airport in some capacity, we worked out an agreement. So there you go. There used to be a bar right where you are. Wow. Awesome, Andrew. I've learned a lot about old Tucson. Like Aeromexico used to fly here, and of course, Cynthia said they used to do Tucson to Newark, which is crazy to think about. But Sandra, doesn't South Dakota also not have a state income tax? Oh, Andrew got his private pilot's license at Tucson back in 2003. Awesome. Excuse me. Mike says Southwest used to have a backup dispatch center in a different part of Dallas. Now they just have one that's tornado-proofed. So... Mike, speaking of that, all airlines, I believe, are required by the FAA to have a backup dispatch center in case one of their dispatch centers goes down. So you are correct. In fact, here's a little inside information for you. I was working for Envoy back in, I think it was 2020, when the entire state of Texas had the nuclear winter meltdown. Our operations center at Envoy, the power went out. And on top of that, the diesel generator that had the backup power froze. It gelled. The diesel generator, it was so cold, the fuel gelled. So we actually had to go for 3 days to the backup operations center and dispatch. And that was back in, I think, 2021, I want to say. So, yes. So I know very well about a backup center. It's a requirement. All right, James asks a great question. What are the planes all in a row behind us? James? So, wait, Andrew says Eastern Airlines did Tucson to Newark with 757 service? What? That's awesome. All right, James asks a great question. What are the planes in the background all in a row? James, this is part of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries facility. So Mitsubishi bought the Bombardier CRJ program. So now, if you look on Flight Radar, Flight Aware, it no longer says Bombardier CRJ. It says Mitsubishi. So these planes are mostly, if not all of them, CRJ 200s that are sitting there for storage or whatnot. And this is Big Blue. This is Mitsubishi's big MRO facility where they either take apart planes, do repairs on them, or just prepare them for storage. So they are specifically working on the CRJ program. So that is the hangar in the background. Man, that would have been awesome to have 757 service in Tucson. Rod Moy says, you guys had it made late 90s. Grammy-winning, multi-platinum singing, selling international band, $200 a week. Kyle, you guys, we're all super poor. Dang, Rod. But you got the ladies, right? Hey, Havmo, how's it going? Great to see ya. Salt Lake City flights, are you going to wait for the Sierra Pacific that's coming in from at 12:25? Yeah, we should be here. We're waiting for the 787 that should be here from United. No problem, James. Jeff Davis says we put special additives in our diesel fuel tanks here at AT&T to prevent that gelling. I maintain emergency power equipment here in Raleighwood, North Carolina. Nice. Very cool, Jeff. Yeah, we probably should have done that with our generator back in the dispatch center. But yeah, it's pretty wild to think about. I had the opportunity to work at a backup center. See, Rod, that's worth at least something. That's worth at least like an extra $10 an hour, Rod. David says Southwest Airlines getting ready to land. Thank you, David. Andrew says, don't forget all the L-1011s that came to Tucson for partying out. I believe the last L-1011 flight was out of Tucson for Kansas City. Wow. Very cool. Sandra, I have considered that flight, DFW to Brisbane. I have some miles. And I've talked several times about living in Australia for like July and August, so when it gets really hot here, I can be in the cool weather on the other side of the world in like Melbourne, Sydney, or, you know, Brisbane, or Adelaide, or the Gold Coast. Whoa, James, thank you so much. $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much for your kindness, James. Appreciate you and supporting the channel.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, James. Nice, Rod. See? At least $15 an hour easy. JP Mac, how's it going? Come to New Zealand, the home of the Middle Earth. I absolutely would love to, JP Mac. I figured, so if I did JP Mac, Scott Kuiper, those planes, I think they're still owned by SkyWest. Most of them are SkyWest planes that have just been parted out. But JP Mac, I figured for about 2 months in living in Australia, it would probably cost me $8,000, not including the flight to and from Australia. I figured about $8,000. Well, James, I appreciate it, man. Every little bit, it helps. What's up, Roblox? How's Fargo today? My sister said it's was 13 when she woke up in Chicago this morning, so if it makes you feel a little bit better. Great questions. Keep them coming. If I don't know the answer, I'll make sure somebody else answers it. Maybe, you know what? Aircraft expeditions, maybe we one of these days get over to Davis Monthan as we see this 737-800 landing from Tucson. You know, that's a good question, Mike, as far as the GLS approaches. Everything has to do with money, so if the airport can afford it, they'll do it. And even though the FAA maintains them, still a good portion has to come from the airport. Like, for example, I mean, you see a lot of the larger airports, they have Cat 2 airports because they have more money. There's a Cat 1 airport here at Tucson, and that's all they need, honestly. So I don't know about a GLS for Tucson just because it's rarely IFR here. Like, very few days are IFR, or instrument flight rules. Most days are VFR. You know, you have the monsoon season where occasionally you'll go like to, I think I saw Tucson go to half mile once or twice. But most of the time, here in Tucson, all you need is an ILS. What's up, Chaotic Bean? Good question, Mike. Yeah, I don't, because with Tucson, Chaotic Bean, I could that I know the answer to that, but it might take a while. Oh, good point, Sandra. Sandra brings up the point that the Jet Suite X flies the new ATRs to Santa Monica, I believe, California, and maybe even Scottsdale. Might be able to check those out. Oh, we've talked about so much today. Great questions, everybody. Yeah, the dispatch center thing is an FAA rule, and gal, good thing we had a backup center in like the Armageddon in Texas. I think it was 2021. Steven, one of our great monitors, asks, how close am I getting to Starlink? Well, right now, Steven, we'd like to get Starlink, but for a month of service, it costs, we would do the roam. We would probably do the roam, or maybe we'd start out with the 50 gigabyte. But Starlink Mini is on sale for $229 plus shipping, $20 for shipping. So that's $249 plus tax. And then the roam service is $50 for 50 gigabytes of data, which basically is the equivalent of, I want to say, like 2 7-hour shows. We would want to do the unlimited, which is 165, but that gives Starlink the ability to let us broadcast anywhere unlimitedly. So we are looking at getting Starlink, and remember, we are so grateful for everybody contributing, whether it's $1, $2, $5, $10, $40, whatever the case, because we do try and put to cover our costs for travel and go back into the business. So thank you for asking, Steven. Rob, what's going on? Cirrus G2 Vision Jet, Strange Biz Jet on final. Dogtown, there are some F-16s. There's going to be a secondary wave probably around 11:30, 12 o'clock, according to the schedule. Scott says, I'm pretty happy with my Verizon phone as a hotspot for streaming since I upgraded. Thank you, Scott. Good to know. I appreciate the Aircraft Expeditions, and as always, thank you, Aircraft Expeditions, for your contribution. Thanks, guys. So, Dogtown, we did catch about 10 F-16s taking off earlier. When we got on the air around 8:30 this morning, it's now almost 11. And then there's a second wave. According to the schedule, that should be like 11:30-ish, 12. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Pip's PLANESPOTTING Live, episode 389. So, Scott, I just upgraded. I got another phone plan through Visible, which Verizon owns, and I'll have to talk to you about that later. I'll send you a message. Under buffering, just refresh the page, be patient, and that's one of the reasons we're looking at Starlink, because instead of going off of a cell phone signal, we would go off of a satellite signal, which tends to be a little more consistent. Thank you, Sandra. Our signal's been good, though, this morning until just now. So just be patient, refresh the page. It does happen from time to time. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Except maybe move the hotspot a little bit. Hey, Real Flare, what's up? North of the border. So this Southwest 737-800 that just came in is waiting for a gate. That's why they're hanging out here on the east ramp. Next arrival will be that Cirrus G2 Vision jet from, Mesa. Easy enough. Probably from Falcon Field. So my Wi-Fi hotspot right now is through T-Mobile, in case anybody's wondering. T-Mobile typically offers the most data per dollar, and that's why I kind of go through it. That's right. Thank you, Jeff. Aspen 30, good morning. Greetings. We use Starlink for streaming at U.S. Air Force. Ooh. It's the only way to go. You'll get enough subs to get there. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that suggestion. And thank you for the endorsement. And Jeff, my brother-in-law works for AT&T. And so whenever I do have a cell phone plan with AT&T, I don't get a discount on it, but, you know, got to support the family, I guess. But the T-Mobile, they just offered more data per dollar with the hotspot. All right, Aircraft Expeditions, we'll see you later. Yeah, actually, our signal's been great till maybe Elon Musk interfered with the signal. Ah, see? Now that's what I'm talking about, Moose Turtle. Moose Turtle says, I use the Starlink Mini to stream the Starlink lunch while watching the Starlink lunch from Vandenberg, since Cell Network was taxed by all the other looky-loos that were out there. Makes all the sense in the world. I would like to keep a little data for cell phone as a backup for Wi-Fi. See ya, Aircraft Expeditions. Danimal is going to the fire station. to get up close with the 787 in a couple hours. What's up, Hans? How's it going? Welcome from Norway. Southwest just shut down the engine, so it might be a few minutes. So we got that Cirrus Vision. Then we have SkyWest 6499 from Phoenix on an E175. And that is our next 2 planes. Peter, how's it going from Canada? Hang in, we got buffering. Buffering alert. It was doing so well. And Lynn, Christy, and Jeff, I got your requests for joining Pip Pals. Remember, this is as much about you sharing photos of your aviation journeys and whatnot as it is me, so feel free to share. Roger that, Jeff Davis. Probably is Moose Turtle. Everybody turning off airplane mode. The Cirrus Vision jet is one of my personal favorite, like, mini jets. So you got the Cirrus Vision, like the Embraer Phenom, like 100, the Cessna, like CJ1, and the Cirrus Vision. I'd probably say either the Honda jet or the Cirrus Vision is probably my top 2. Curl Insomnia, glad to hear there's no buffering there. I have never done that, Andrew. I have not done that yet. Yeah, Sandra. There is that little Cirrus Vision jet. I would probably give the edge to the Honda, but Cirrus Vision definitely number 2. Thank you very much, Hans. Thanks, everybody, for hitting that like button and subscribing. Steven says, love the Cirrus Vision jet. It is so awesome. I think you can pick one up for less than $3 million. You don't, if you were a teacher and you only made $30,000 a year, you would only have to work for 100 years to save up for one. So if you could teach until you were 120, you could get a Cirrus Vision jet. And we love all the teachers, the great teachers out there. Nice paint, going with the light gray. Our next arrival will be here shortly, an E175 from Phoenix. He flies out of Scottsdale a lot. I've got to get up to Scottsdale, Steven. I need your help for that restaurant to get up there. I do want to get up there. Hey, while we got a quick moment, let's turn our attention to E175. Let's do it, Steven. Sounds good. Yeah, the V-tail on the Vision is definitely unique. I like it a lot. Andrew says, Deer Valley is a great airfield to stream from. Good food, too. I'll tell you what, Cynthia, for the first time, she's like the first person who requested Ryan Airfield for a stream. That's kind of unique. All right, we're going to end this poll question. 67% of you love the behind the scenes. 30% liked it. 2% did not like it. All right, well, we'll do more behind the scenes in the future. You're welcome. So we'll start a new poll. Steven asks, do you think people would like private jets? Live streaming of private jets. What is up, Yin? How are you? I bet you're on your lunch hour. Can't remember, yeah, that works. Good to see you, Yin. Happy Monday. Han says PC-12 is better in my opinion. It's pretty swanky. Oh, look at that. Jeff Davis says, if you're looking for private jets, head to Aspen. Well, Jeff Davis, you'll be pleased to know that we've done 2 live streams from Aspen. And would love to do another one. So yes, great recommendation. I love Aspen. It's great out there. We did one. We usually do one, I guess, like right around March when it's still ski season and it's not too cold and crazy. But yeah, we would love to get back to Aspen. We've done live streams from both Aspen and also from Eagle, Colorado. In fact, it's in our live section. Yeah, I'm going to pull it up, Jeff. I'll send you the link. Our last one was a little better than the first one. Let's see what we can do here. Give you a link to the show. Search for Aspen. Two years ago, 1 year ago. Hooter Dog says, for a prop stream, I would recommend Auburn, California mini props, many varieties. Is Eagle Airport owned by American? I think they're owned by Gibson County. They do have a lot of flights, though. And Jeff Davis, I just posted a link to our live stream from Aspen, Colorado in 2024. So it looks like we got 2 airplanes ready to block out, or maybe just 1. Is this beacon on yet? No, they're still filling. So Southwest is waiting to push back. Ontario's one I get a good bit, Sandra, so we may have to do that. The fence line is just high. That's my only problem. But I do have my truck, so it'll be the same with the Las Vegas, is I'm going to have to stand on my truck for the show. So we're now starting to get into the busy time here. It is almost 11 o'clock. This is what I was talking about, one of our midday rushes. We get a good amount of traffic and F-16 traffic as well. Robert Brunn, how's it going? Good Monday to you. Ride with Ben says in Alaska Airlines from Portland on a 737-800 is next. Does somebody have a air start on? Sure sounds like one. Andrew says, if they allow it, Mesa Gateway is a great field with a lot of interesting flights, but it may be so interesting that you won't be allowed. You know, we've talked about Mesa Gateway, Andrew. The challenge with Mesa Gateway is, you're right, but there's a lot of downtime. So I guess it would be kind of like doing a broadcast from here in Tucson. Except I have to spend $35 in gas for Mesa, where I can drive 10 minutes here. So a lot of people have said, got to try Mesa Gateway, please, please, please. So we will eventually do it. A day like today would be perfect, where it's not sunny, because I don't think there's any shade like there is in Phoenix. So it's something we're looking at. You got it, Jeff Davis. I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, the mountains are amazing around the airport. And another interesting thing about Aspen is they're working on designing a new terminal for Aspen. They've obviously outgrown their current terminal, and they've started doing E-175 flights from Aspen, which is a first. Christopher Brown, good afternoon to you. James Barner says, I lived in Portland for a long time at PDX. There used to be a road that paralleled the main runway next to the Columbia River. Awesome vantage point if you go north. I know exactly what you're talking about, James. And we actually were in Portland in September doing a live stream. We're up there for a couple of days, and we actually have plans to go back. I liked it so much, we're going to go back again. So I know what road you're talking about along the Columbia River. We were doing I like the parking garage because it's kind of right in the middle and offers us a good vantage point. But yeah, that road offers some great views. Aaron Phillips, hello from the UK. Cynthia says, Palm Springs or San Diego, does Prescott have a commercial airport? Prescott does. They actually have, if I remember correctly, Prescott does United Express flights to, I want to say Denver, or maybe it's LA. Robert Brunn says you should stream from Vanoise. Lots of private jets in a good spotting area. Good suggestion, Robert. Aaron says, love the United CRJ, gorgeous little plane. Lots of CRJs here in storage. In fact, Aaron, if you've got yourself about $500,000 to $1 million US, you could probably buy one of those UCRJ 200s. All right, Danimal, we'll add you to the Facebook group. That's perfect. Aircraft Expeditions knows a ton about aviation here in Tucson. Here's your Pilatus PC-12, Hans. From Hermosillo, Mexico, so they'll be going to customs. Yeah, Aaron, it is pretty cheap, but they've definitely been used. If you look over there, they're all in storage, just hanging out. Of course, El Toro, Memphis. How could we forget about Memphis? We were there the first week of December. First week of December. Yeah, look at all those CRJ 200s just waiting, Aaron. Christopher Brown says, would love to see an MCO stream. Me too. And you know what? We've broadcasted at Orlando. We were there in September of 2024. We did 3 streams. It was awesome. It was awesome. And Jeff Davis adds to that, was a thrill to watch and planes fly right over your head. Sandra says, when you go back to San Diego, drive on the bridge. James, I have not yet done a favorite airplane because there's so many planes to list, and YouTube only allows you to list 4. So maybe we just need to list by category, by heavy, narrow body kind of deal. So, Aaron Phillips, we actually have had some rain. 3 days of rain last week, actually. So good eye, sir. This looks like our Portland 737-800. And pretty fast planes, too. Steven says, PC-12, such a reliable airplane. Which airline is one of the sponsors of the NHL team? Seattle Kraken, Alaska Airlines, or United? Well, that's an easy one. The Kraken, yeah. The Kraken love Alaska. Speaking of Alaska, there you go, Hans. Aircraft Expeditions ask, have I ever done an international stream? No, I have not yet done an international stream, and I would like to. All right. I will check that out, Andrew. I will ask. Getting all sorts of good stuff. I would, yeah, that's a great suggestion, Aircraft Expeditions, Tokyo Haneda Airport. Maybe I need to put a bucket list of my top 10 international airports that I want to live stream at. We had a vote, by the way. We had a vote where the Pip Pals and the subscribers got to vote where we should broadcast for our 50th airport extravaganza. It was a choice between either London Heathrow, Frankfurt, or Honolulu, and they voted for Honolulu. So we're going to Hawaii, but I would have been cool with London or Frankfurt too. It's a CRJ 700. So this CRJ 700 is going back to Denver. We've got, what do we got here? All sorts of action. Can't keep up with it. Next arrival will be a Learjet 60. Robert Brunn brings up a good point. PC-12s aren't being imported because of the tariffs on them. Wing walkers making sure they release the pin in the tow bar, because otherwise that's an issue. You're just joining in. Welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live. I am Pip, episode 389 of Pip's Plane Spotting Live from Tucson International Airport. Our next round of F-16s should be taken off, I think, between 11:30 and 12. But we're starting to get the midday rush here. Oh, an F-4 might be participating in the Heritage flight. Thank you for that, Aircraft Expeditions. Oh, are we going back to Las Vegas on the 700? I think we are. Christopher Brown, Las Vegas will be this weekend. Knock on wood. This weekend. Upcoming weekend. So it'll be the 4th through the 6th. So basically what's going to happen with Las Vegas is, unless something goes terribly wrong or I get sick, is I work till 10 p.m. Saturday night. So I'll go home, go to bed, probably get up like 8:39, get on the road hopefully by 10-ish, and get into Las Vegas around 5. So we might just end up doing a night stream. And then Monday will be our big day, where hopefully we can be on throughout the day on Monday, like as long as we can. I'll probably have to take a couple breaks because I'll be standing on top of my truck. But Sunday evening, hopefully, and then Monday, big stream in action, and maybe Tuesday morning. We'll see. Because I got to drive back. It'll be about a 6-7 hour drive, I think. So this upcoming weekend. Last time I tried to stream Las Vegas, I had technical issues. So pray that that's not the case. I appreciate that, Robert. Robert says make sure to check the weather. There's a storm a-brewing. Thank you, Robert. I most definitely will check the weather. Yeah, I guess El Toro, I think it could be called the Japanese regional jet. Good point. So that 737-800 from American Airlines is headed back to DFW, the super hub. DFW, the 3rd busiest airport in the entire world, behind Atlanta and Dubai. We might be getting some sunshine here soon. I'm hoping the cloud cover can hold off until the United comes. Knock on wood. Hey, Rebecca, Indy Becky, what's going on? How are you today? Happy Monday. Thanks so much for tuning in, liking, and subscribing. Of course, you're already subscribed, but thank you, Indy Becky. Hope you're staying warm in Indianapolis. A trivia show with prizes. I've thought about that. I don't know if that's allowed on YouTube or not. It's a good question, but I'm definitely open to that. I tried out for Jeopardy once. I didn't make it, but at least I got to try out. Why are the RJs in storage? Robert Brunn directly, I don't know, but a lot of them have just got out of their useful life. So that's why most of the RJs are stored here. I'm told you could buy a used one for like $1 million. Or 500,000 without the engines. But yeah, they just have reached the end of their useful life. So they use them as a storage facility. For those who aren't too familiar, because Tucson is a dry place, the metal doesn't corrode as fast, and due to the elements. And so that's why you have a bunch of boneyards in Arizona and the deserts of California, because the metal just doesn't corrode as fast. And they use it a lot for parts. They use a lot of those CRJ stuff for parts too. You're welcome, Becky. Yeah, I literally asked. So I asked one of the SkyWest mechanics. I'm like, how much do you think I could buy one of these for? And he goes, you know, I bet they'd sell them for probably 500,000, maybe $1 million. Aaron, you know, they might take offers. All you can do is ask. Maybe I just need to call SkyWest and see if they'd be willing to sell any of them. Yeah, of course, the operating costs Robert Brunn brings up, which aren't cheap either. Going back to Denver with this United Express CRJ 700. Now, I suspect that the United will probably be a little bit late. Charters are very rarely ever on time. Case in point, Saturday night, we waited for Eastern to take off for a long time. But let us check. Maybe they will surprise us. Let's see. It's like an hour and a half flight to Los Angeles. Oh, the Cirrus is taking off already. They must have stopped at like Tucson Jet Center and just got some fuel. You could take off in a CRJ 200 probably with a 5,000-foot runway. Let's see here. I'm looking to see if the United has left yet from Los Angeles. All right, it does show it pinging. So that's a good sign. It's pinging, which means they've turned on their transponder. So they're getting close to perhaps leaving. Air King Flyer, what's up? Thanks for joining us again on the stream today. Appreciate you. Robert Brunn says, I bet it costs over $1 million a year to operate a regional jet. That I have no idea on. That is something I would like to know. I know a lot about the flight planning aspect of flying and operations, but I want to know a lot more about the financials. So that is something I do not know a lot. It's a long baggage train right there, even though empty. Yeah, true. Depends how often you fly it. I don't know, man. I bet the CRJs brand new were probably like $25–30 million. Maybe a little more than that. Maybe 40. Thank you to everybody who was kind enough to drop a super chat or join premium or exit row or first class. Thank you, Gail, Cynthia, James, Scott Kuiper, Moose Turner. Thank you, Texas Girl, Aircraft Expeditions. Appreciate your generosity. Cynthia asked, does anyone know how much jet fuel is going for today? That is a good question. Let's check out the FBOs. The fixed base operator. How much is jet fuel going for these days? Jet A, not Av fuel. Well, Cynthia, Tucson Jet Center is advertising Jet A fuel for $5. Executives advertising for $5. Millionaire is $6.95, and Atlantic is $6.80. So there you go. Not too expensive. Whoa, thanks so much for joining Premium Economy. Appreciate that. Just 99 cents to join, and it supports the channel.
Good manners are the glue of society.
And you get the cool, full coveted suite of emojis. All right, sounds good, Pete. That's fair. That's fair. Whoa, check out this fancy global. Wow. Fancy global. Thank you, Pete. That snuck on in there. I didn't see that. Uh-oh, here comes the wind. We knew it was coming. It usually starts to arrive around midday, so. They're forecasting winds anywhere from 14 to 30 miles an hour, basically. Hey, Aircraft Expeditions, Pip for President. Thank you so much, sir. And Aircraft Expeditions, a friend of the channel. Subscribe to his channel.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Aircraft Expeditions knows a lot about Tucson aviation scene. So thank you, Aircraft Expeditions. Global from Van Nuys, California. You know, I was upset. I kept looking for Snoop Dogg this past weekend. If you're not familiar, Tucson hosts the Arizona Bowl, and it's sponsored by Snoop Dogg, Gin and Juice. And that is true. That is not a joke. Snoop Dogg sponsors the bowl. And I looked for Snoop Dogg, like maybe a plane or a giant puff of smoke, but I could not find him. So Steven says this is the stuff you see all day long in Scottsdale. Yeah, that sounds about right. Trying to see which is brighter. That looks a little brighter. An eye doctor visit. Oh, really? Aircraft Expeditions? He came on American Airlines? Well, son of a gun, man. That would explain why. We're all like looking for Snoop Dogg. Oh, you know what? This global jet that we just saw, that brings up, see those tan buildings in the background behind the CRJs? Bombardier has a factory here. So they do a lot of MRO work, so maintenance, repair, and overhaul. They also construct new jets. So Bombardier's got a nice little factory over here as well. I always forget to mention that, but... What up, Q? Big Pippin, what's up, Q? Happy Monday to you. And yeah, Bombardier's got a nice little factory over there. So we'll get Globals and Challengers, not only for private use, but also for work to be done. So that's kind of a cool little side note. The occasional corporate jet will fly in here. Four arrivals coming in, David says. American Airlines, Delta, and 2 United Airlines. Thank you, David. And Michael Flannery, I hope you had a great birthday last week. Raytheon is out here as well. And yes, Raytheon is actually one of the largest employers here in Tucson. There is Raytheon's hangar. I cannot disclose what is inside that hangar, but there's stuff inside it. There's also a bunch of bunkers. And yeah, Raytheon has a massive complex here in Tucson. Thank you for bringing that up, Michael. I don't think it'll be... I think Aircraft Expedition, speaking of the 787 coming in from United for the Arizona Wildcats, it'll probably park... it cannot go at it. There's no gate here that can handle a 787. So it'll go at the Alpha 17 cargo ramp. The largest plane that we can handle at the terminal right now is a 757. So... You're welcome, Michael. So the largest plane we can handle at the terminal in Tucson right now is a 757. Otherwise, if it's bigger than that, it usually will go here on the east ramp, which is right in front of us. But most times, if it's a larger jet, it will go down to the cargo ramp down by the SkyWest hangar. Really? Robert Brunn says the Global 8000 broke the sound barrier during flight testing. I didn't know that. A lot of cool stuff in aviation. Oh, look, we got an E-175 here from Delta Airlines. I think this is our Salt Lake arrival. Wait. Jacob, what's going on? You're currently at Kansas City, getting ready to fly home to DFW on a 737-800. Awesome. Well, I hope you're enjoying the new Kansas City terminal. It's a couple years old now. Nice, Jacob. I have yet to be in the new Kansas City terminal on the secure side, so that's definitely an airport I want to visit. Also, Pittsburgh's new terminal, and we did do a walkthrough of San Diego's new Terminal 1. If you didn't see that, it's in the live section of our channel. But it is much bigger than the old Terminal 1. That's probably one of the things I had to adjust to it. Roger that, Aircraft Expeditions. That would make sense. Next arrival, another E-175. Looks like United Express. And I'm going to take a wild guess. I did not look where it's coming from, but I'm going to say San Francisco. Ooh, he's a floater, too. Ah, this one's from Houston. Blast. All right, Houston. Thank you, Ben. Houston Intercontinental, another great airport we broadcasted from. Ah, San Francisco's behind this one, and then we have American 2721 from DFW on a 737-800. If you're just joining us, welcome into Tucson International Airport, broadcast number 389 of Pip's Plane Spotting Live from lovely Tucson, Arizona. Really nice day. I like the cloud cover. Just really nice. Temperature in the low 60s. Cloud cover is helping to keep a little cooler too. The poll wants MCI. Well, we do want to get back, Jacob. You know that. That's right, have a Festivus is over. We celebrated Festivus last week. And for you new viewers, I'd like to point out that Tucson has 2 commercial runways. It will have a third. If you look over, well, construction, they're not working right now, I guess. I guess they're off for the holiday. But if you look in the distance there, you can see those construction equipment, those graders. We're building another runway. It'll be 11,000 feet, basically a parallel runway to runway 1230. So we'll have 3 commercial runways. So fun little fact for you. But then they'll both be 11,000 feet. We have, oh, wait. I think I hear F-16s. Yeah. Here we go. All right. This guy's going solo. cell phone or the lightning deflector. Told you around 11:30. Clockwork, man, clockwork. Here's our DFW arrival on a 737-800. What? 50,000 feet in 1 minute? That's crazy, Robert. I did not know that. JFK, 448 passengers. I wish, Aaron. Wouldn't that be nice? I like our friendly little F-16s. And here comes the other United. Frizzelli, the F-16 just flew over your house. Awesome. When I lived in East Vale, they would fly over all the time. Wow, here comes the wind. Ah! It's getting windy, so I gotta put something in my pocket so it doesn't blow away. Ah, Frizzelli, you're off of Kolb and I-10. Nice. I'm over by I-10 and, yeah, over there too. Oh, we got more F-16s in the house. Nice. Gotta love that. Yeah, patience always pays off. Patience always pays off. El Toro. We did a decibel count earlier this morning, and from here, which is about a half-mile away, that was about 106 decibels. So even far away, half a mile away, it's about 106 decibels, which is louder than Texas A&M Stadium, Kyle Field, with 100,000 people. Because I did a decibel test there, and I think we got to 104. So, what's up, Lord Andrew? How's it going? Happy Monday. Welcome in. Welcome to Tucson. Yeah, I see that Learjet 25B. Bzz. NBC Punk 16. I'm currently working at the F-16 guard base. What up? Right on. NBC Punk, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for serving the country and working hard. I work in airport operations here, so way to represent. Kelly Smith, 14145. What were the F-16s doing here? Well, Kelly, excellent question. Tucson is home of the largest Air National Guard base in the United States. So we have anywhere, just as an estimate, 60 to 80 F-16s that fly daily here during the week, except holidays and drill weekend Monday. But yeah, the F-16s are a daily occurrence here at Tucson. Great question. Thank you for tuning in. Yep, they're stationed here. We get to see them almost every weekday. Almost every weekday. Trooper ET-42 never knew the guard was at Tucson. Always thought it was just at Air Force Base at Davis-Monthan. No, yeah, we got two. We got Davis-Monthan, and the U.S. Air Force, and then the Air National Guard here at Tucson. Robert Brunn says, I was at the end of the runway for the last flight of the SR-71. It was deafening. I'm sure it was. NBC Punk, sounds like we need to be best friends because it is wonderful weather right now. It's cloudy. It's in the lower 60s. This is my weather, man. This is my jam. 241 likes, Randy. Thank you so much for that report. Thanks everybody for liking and subscribing. That is pretty awesome, man. We're getting the word out that Tucson is a pretty cool place. I noticed that, Lord Andrew. We had some rogue suitcases trying to escape. So for all the airports I've been to of this size, this is definitely one of the most unique and cool airports. Tucson is. Excellent, NBC Punk. Yeah, I agree. In fact, NBC Punk, we are expecting the U of A football charter on a United 787 Dreamliner arriving here in about an hour and 20 minutes. They're going to be taking the team, of course, and then probably cheerleaders or band to San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. Starting to get some nice wind here, so apologize. Stuff blows over. Might have to tape down some things additionally. We're getting into the windy part of the year here in Tucson. I remember, so I've been here almost a year. And I remember like February, March when the jet stream dips down way down south, right, with the colder weather. We get a lot more low pressure systems and a lot more wind. So it's about that time of the year. It's supposed to arrive NBC Punk around 1 o'clock. I'm gonna have to tape my hotspot to my computer, I think. So give me just a second here. Tape. Wait. Gorilla tape, folks. Gorilla tape. How am I gonna tape this? Maybe like that. Yeah. Maybe like that. That should work. I hope this won't affect my screen. Desperate times call for desperate measures, folks. When you're trying to broadcast. Oh, hello. There's that gusts I was talking about. Nice. NBC Punk, yeah. It's headed out. It is headed towards F. Thank you, Wind. Not. Wind is my least favorite weather element, especially live streaming. Like, heat is bad, but it's okay. Cold is bad, but it's okay. Rain, snow. Wind by far is my least favorite wind element. Or weather element, excuse me. Not wind element, weather element. Yeah, it looks like our Dreamliner is still waiting to take off here. So, like I suspected, it'll probably be a little bit late. I'll be sticking around NBC Punk until my batteries run out. You've been a jinx to 2 other streams today, and Lord Andrew. I see. That's okay. Now we're making it. Yeah, I see it's still at the gate, Scott. So that doesn't surprise me. I've rarely, if ever, seen a live, a charter leg be on time. Rarely. Charters are rarely on time. They're like as unreliable as weather in Seattle or weather in Denver. So when the batteries go out, I'm out, but I'll be here as long as I can. And hopefully the Wi-Fi will behave as long as I can, too. Southwest Airlines and Sierra Pacific says airlines due in about 10 minutes. Thank you, David. I hear more F-16s, so we'll turn our attention to runway 12. Headphones cover me a little bit, but I really need to be wearing my earplugs. Oh, nice. NBC Punk, you're a contractor, but I do fly out of Tucson monthly for reserve duty. Very cool. Craig Smith says, does Tucson still have a squadron of F-16s of UAE Air Forces and Republic of China Air Forces? I haven't seen them, Craig, but I am not the most expert at that, so I'm going to defer to maybe Aircraft Expeditions or NBC Punk, but I didn't know that. I was not aware. Come on, United, let's go. Oh! There goes that Global again. I wonder if they were a quick fill up at Tucson Jet Center. Yeah, there's a lot of people who show up Aircraft Expeditions, absolutely. No question about it. Great place to meet new people. For sure. Tink says, oh, perfect, Tink's on. Tink says the UAE left several years ago and then the Dutch came in and flew several years. Thank you, Tink. Appreciate your info. There you go, Craig. Oh. Yeah, if somebody's keeping an eye on the United Dreamliner out of Los Angeles, let me know when it starts taxiing. I think it might take just runway, what, 225? 25, right? There are two concourses here at Tucson International Airport. There's the A and the B concourse. You're currently looking at the A concourse, which contains United, Southwest, Sun Country, Frontier, and then the B concourse handles Alaska, Delta, and American. All right, Mickey, thanks so much for tuning in. Have a great workout. Thanks, sir. Have a great one. Stop blowing so hard. Darn you, wind. Friend, how's it going from the Netherlands? Great to see you. We're just being buffeted by some wind gusts. It's nice of them. Nice of the winds to be buffeted. Welcome into Tucson. Aircraft Expedition says the 787 from Los Angeles to Tucson is taxiing now. Thank you, Danimal. That's what we'd like to hear. I'm holding onto my tripod with one hand and using my computer with the other hand. I think I gotta hire an intern. Just like when I was an intern and didn't get paid for working at a radio station, I too can hire an intern and not pay them. Oh, nothing like the glory days of being an intern. There's our control tower for our new folk. The control tower is like 138 feet. Here's the Mitsubishi MRO with all the CRJs that are just there for storage or repair. And then the Bombardier factory is in the back. What you can't see is Ascent Aviation, which does repairs as well. Ascent Aviation also has a large 777 freighter conversion facility. They have a couple of hangars up in Marana, which is 40 miles north of here. David says Southwest is about to land, and I see it, David. Out there in the distance, I can barely make out its lights. Here comes the sun. Trooper ET-42. It is a lot of CRJs. The composite, the plastic princess. So Southwest 3895 from Chicago O'Hare, a little delayed, and then we also have Sierra Pacific, a 737-500. That's right, I said a 737-500 landing from El Paso. Steven asked, does Marana stay busy with planes in and out? They may get a couple planes per day. It's not a lot, Steven. Trooper ET-42 says, used to work on the 900s up here at Phoenix with Piedmont for American Eagle. Nice. I am a former flight dispatcher for Envoy, Trooper ET-42. So good on you, man. And now I'm living the glamorous life, live streaming at Tucson. A lot less stress. So yeah, Marana has like a couple of planes per day, not a lot. It's an untowered airport. That's the other thing too. It's not towered. And then we have a Sierra Pacific 737-500 next. Franklin says, I'm working for almost 38 years by the KLM at Schiphol. I can't wait to get to Amsterdam. It'll be a while, but yeah, that's on the bucket, top 10. Hey, Eagle Beagle says, hello from 30,000 feet from above the Sierras. What's up, Eagle Beagle? Hope you had a good Christmas. Thanks, everybody, for liking and subscribing. Love technology. Eagle Beagle checking in en route to San Jose, California. Nice. Thanks, Eagle Beagle, for checking in. There's our 737-500. This is one of two Sierra Pacific planes that are based here in Tucson. Colin Dutton, what's up, Colin? How are you, Colin? Good to see you. So yes, this is one of those. That is one of two 737-500s that are based here in Tucson for Sierra Pacific. Sierra Pacific is a charter carrier. They do a lot of military flights, military charters. Come on, focus. There we go. Rainy Cajun. Dude, it's an F-35. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah! Sorry, I had to do that. F-35. And it's coming into land. All right. Did not expect that, but we'll all take it. Yeah, I think he's lost. He is lost. Was that scream a little childish? Yes, but so is high school. And while you're bent over moaning and licking your palms. Sandra, welcome back. That's the good stuff, man. That's the good stuff. This is the first time we've actually caught an F-35 live on a Tucson stream. So, this is the first time. All right. This has not been the first time we've ever live streamed with F-35s, just first time catching an F-35 in Tucson. Whoa, and he's going to do a go-around. Or a little approach. Now he's just showing off. Should have looked at the decibel meter on that. Tink says that's probably an F-35 from Luke. Not as rowdy as Tim yesterday, El Toro says. David says, I don't know what was louder, the jet or Pip screaming. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I was a little out of control there, but that's pretty awesome. Storm Chaser Mark says there might be another one. They usually fly in pairs. We'll keep an eye out for that. Tink says they sometimes shoot approaches down here at Tucson. Yes, you did, Aircraft Expeditions. I didn't think it was this one. Noosh the OG, my daughter's boyfriend brothers flies the F-35. Must be a trip. Oh, yeah, for sure. I remember the good old days when we first started live streaming. And when I was in Salt Lake City, Hill Air Force Base has both the F-35 and the F-22. And I probably should have done more live streams, but there's just a lot of downtime. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. LF on the tail is a Luke bird, Tink says. Good eyes, Tink. Yeah, I couldn't help myself. I'm going to have to edit out that scream. I just ruined it for everybody. So you can't hide enthusiasm though. That is one thing for sure. That's the first time we've caught like I said, an F-35 on a stream here in Tucson. Now they have landed here. They have they've also stayed here. I've just never seen one on a stream. Next arrival, Envoy 4049 from Phoenix at a much slower pace. Hey, Mass Fokker, what's going on? Been a member of First Class Premier for 7 months, he says. Mass Fokker says, no Syracuse Blizzard stream. Nope, sorry. I could do it. I don't have the coveralls with me. All right, Aircraft Expeditions, we'll be looking out for him. So Envoy 4049 here. Scott Kuiper asks, what is the coldest you've ever streamed in? Denver. Denver was probably the coldest. There was a wind chill, and the wind was pretty strong, and it was 28 degrees. That's probably the coldest, which isn't too bad. But it was definitely cold. And the wind made it even worse. When we were in Anchorage in October, it was in the mid-30s, and I had several layers on, and I was totally cool. So the wind makes a huge difference. So I would say upper 20s, Scott. There goes car alarm number 3 of the day. Oh, going straight up. The car alarm alarm count is at 3. No, actually, El Toro Envoy is owned by American Airlines. Envoy is one of 3 wholly owned subsidiaries airlines. So American owns Envoy, PSA, and Piedmont. Those 3. Republic is owned by Republic Holdings, so yeah. Good question. But Envoy is owned by American. Whoa, hello, wind. I think this is the Piper Meridian coming back we saw earlier. Yep, Republic Airlines is Brickyard, Envoy is Envoy, PSA is Blue Streak, and I think Piedmont is just Piedmont for the call sign. So when I worked for Envoy, it was nice because even though the pay wasn't very high, we still had American Airlines benefits. So that was kind of nice. All right, Dan, thanks for the alert. The 787 is en route. We'll be here reportedly in an hour and 3 minutes. Knock on wood, everything behaves. Las Vegas is going to be cool. I'm definitely going to bring my warm pants for sure. I'll probably be layering as well for Las Vegas. What else do we have en route, Danimal? We have Los Angeles on a 737 MAX 8 from Southwest Airlines, Flight 3017. Chicago shows delayed. Los Angeles. Doesn't give you benefits anymore, Sandra? That stinks. That stinks. Havmo says, I'm getting an Ozark Airlines t-shirt. Nice. Epic Flight Academy. One of the flight academies here at Tucson. There's Epic Flight Academy, and I also believe there is ATP here. Sandra, the Sierra Pacific from El Paso did already land. Yes, you missed it. It landed like 15 minutes ago. Matthew Breckshot says F-13 versus F-16, Pip. I think the F-35 waited on that F-16 departure. Gabriel, thanks so much for asking. I'm doing well. The weather's great here in Tucson. What are we at, like mid-60s Fahrenheit? It's kind of breezy today, but a nice day with some cloud cover. I like it. These are the kind of, if we can take out the wind, this day is pretty much perfect. So how you doing, Gabriel? How art thou? El Toro, Mattman for sure would remember TWA Express. He loves TWA. Mattman, one of our oldest viewers, he's 107. Actually, I wonder who is our oldest viewer. We got a lot of people in the early 60s. Is there anybody who's 70? Well, Mama Pip watches, and she's over 65. I'll just say that. She's over 65 and less than 105. El Toro's 59. All right, so it should arrive, yeah, about 1:30. That sounds about right, Danimal. So our 787 should land around 1:30. Let's see how we're doing on battery life. I'm checking my camera battery life. Uh-oh. I need more battery life. Stand by. I need to grab a charger. Our count is up to 4. No, I need direct current, not alternating current. Oh, and there's Alaska. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get extra power into my camera so we can survive. It was working just fine the other day. Now it's being stubborn. Man, this is not good. Uh-oh. This is not good, folks. I thought this was charged up. It is not. Blast. Sad face. I think I got one more battery. Let me check. Otherwise, we might miss it. All right, I think I got one more battery. Let's. The loudness is a Tupolev. Give me one moment, folks. I need to check another battery here real quick. All right. We should be golden. Tough Mama was in Tucson in January. All right, we're golden, folks. We're golden. We're good. We're good. We're good. We are A-okay. Can't get much closer than this. This guy's rocking the pushback. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks, James. Thank you, El Toro. Oh, that's me. You don't want to see me. Thank you, James, for your contribution. We'll see you on the next one. If we're not on the air tomorrow, we'll be live Sunday in Las Vegas. With the wind buffeting me. Great job, guys. Keep up the great work. Ramping, ramping. Yeah, we could try doing that. We could try doing that, Scott. Holy cow. Wow. Wow, Ram Tough. Happy New Year. Come back to San Antonio. Thank you so much for that super chat.
I'm thinking about dropping him a thank you.
Thank you, Ram Tough Mama. I would love to come back to San Antonio. I'd love to come back to Texas. Thank you so much. Yeah, we did a live stream in San Antonio. That was a lot of fun. We'll definitely have to come back. Trying to hold on to my tripod and hold on to my britches. Sounds good, Ramtaff Mama. That would be fun. All right, deal, Scott. I will try that out. I will try that. Oh, I just got an email from T-Mobile saying my data might slow down. So if it's not one thing, it's another thing. So we'll see. That's another reason I'm looking at Starlink Unlimited. Scott Shaver, how's it going? How are you? So if we have to make a SIM card change, then we have to make a SIM card change. I apologize. Yeah, Aircraft Expedition, that's great. Everything you mentioned costs money. I can't even cover my travel costs. Jonathan Bilbao, how are ya? Scott Shaver says it's only 38 in Dallas. Holy cow, man. That's crazy. Ah, well, thanks. Thanks, Aircraft Expeditions. Maybe they've got a flow time. They might have a flow time, El Toro. Next arrival, Southwest 3017 from Los Angeles. The tripod's like 56 at its max. Kevin Adams. Kevin, I was a flight dispatcher for a long time. Now I work in airport operations. Yeah, that's right, Scott. I do secret stuff. That is correct. I think this has a float time. They're probably chilling on the east ramp until they get clearance from ATC. Scott, it's top secret. Jane's probably upset I didn't wave hi to her. I told her to message me and I probably forgot. So, Jane, if you're watching, I apologize. Gangnam Style. I'm a horrible dancer, by the way. Where's those F-16s? I'm looking for them. They're like right over my head. What? Oh, there we go. No, Scott, no dancing on this show. This is not Pip's dance party. This is not Pip's dance party. This is definitely not it. Frontier, Champ the Bronco coming in. Thank you, David. Our United Express is going. We're gonna get some nice jet blasts. Who doesn't like some good jet blast in the morning? Well, if we can hold out, I'd say this is a pretty doggone good broadcast here in Tucson. A little bit of everything. Behind the scenes is going to be named Pip's Dance Party. You know what, Sandra? Just to be clickbait, I might actually do that. The second channel might be Pip's Dance Party. And you will see some of the worst dancing you've ever seen. Yeah, I think we can go with that. I think that's a good idea. First, I have to stretch, man. I have to stretch. David says the 787 due in at 108. Southpaw says, and this goes back to last night on our show, Southpaw says, as much as it pains me to say that, I will root for the Bears to make the Super Bowl just to see Pip do the Super Bowl shuffle. That's right. I told Southpaw if the Bears make the Super Bowl, I will in fact do the Super Bowl shuffle. If they make the Super Bowl, they don't have to win it. They just need to make the Super Bowl. I said I would, in fact, do the Super Bowl shuffle live. I did. I said I would do that. I am committed to doing that. That is correct. Southpaw will get kicked out of Wisconsin. No, man, there are lots of Bears fans in Wisconsin. What are you talking about, dude? You're crazy. You're crazy, man. Next arrival is Frontier 2613 from Denver on an A320neo. I wonder if that other United was headed to Chicago O'Hare. Could be, but never know. Sylvia! Buen dia, buen dia. I did do that, Sandra, and then I got fatter. So I don't think I could do it. I should probably go to the gym. I should probably go to the gym. There is Frontier. Awesome, Scott. Yeah, we're rocking those F-16s. Remember, we have one of the largest U.S. Air National Guard base in the country. Buongiorno. Hadmo says, do you remember Monday Night Football when Jim McMahon threw something like 4 passes for 4 touchdowns? First play every drive? That sounds crazy, but it was something crazy like that. I don't remember that. I'll have to look back at that. I remember probably maybe 1989 was probably the first Bears games that I remember, when there was Mike Tomczak as the quarterback or Jim McMahon. There is the Bronco from Denver. Oh, Southpaw, Southpaw. What I enjoy about Southpaw is he acts like the Packers are so much superior, but they've won 2 Super Bowls since 1985. A whopping 2. The Bears have won 1. Spoken like a true Packer fan, doesn't know history, and is a conspiracy theorist. Craig Smith says that one that was just pushing back was headed to Chicago, O'Hare. Thank you, Craig. Southpaw, such a hater. Such a hater. The haterade is strong with Southpaw. Okay, looks like United 3773, the 787 Dreamliner, just crossed over into Arizona. So it should be there in a half hour. If you're just joining in, welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Thanks for liking and subscribing. We've laughed, we've cried, we've screamed. We've seen a little bit of everything. F-16s, F-35, United, Delta, American, and hopefully my technology will hold out for this 787 that's coming in for Tucson for the Arizona Wildcats for their bowl appearance. Thanks to Texas Girl and Ram Tough Mama, Aircraft Expeditions. Thank you to Scott Kuiper. And thank you to Storm Chaser Mark. Thank you also to Cheryl and Cynthia. Thank you to James. For contributing. I'm missing one person. Texas Girls. Dang it, I'm missing one person. I don't like not thanking people.